Welcome to Summers Gymnasium as the Bryan College Lady Lions take on the Bluefield University Rams. I'm Clint McCauley in the booth alongside Rigel Moore. And we have started this game, a little late start here, as the Lions lead 2-0 against the visiting Rams. The Rams come into this contest at a conference record of 2-9, an overall record of 2-16, and your Lions come in with an overall record of 12-5 and 9-1 in conference, dropping their first conference game this past week against Milligan. A test of the top two teams, 8-0 versus 9-0. Milligan comes in on top. And Lady Lions are trying to get back as Bluefield makes an easy inbound pass and lay up under the basket to tie this thing up at 2-2. Molly Brown takes the ball down. Pass out to Alyssa Petty. Petty drives out to Autumn Davis, who takes the three, and rebound by the Rams. Drives in for the layup, and that's good as the Rams take a 4-2 lead. Molly Brown at the top of the key. She will take the three and makes that. That's good for taking the lead at 5-4 in this first period. Missed by the Rams. Rebound, Katie Farrell. She'll take the ball down, give it out to Kaylin Walls. Walls drives. The shot and it's good. Lions with the press. They have been doing the majority of the year. It's number 10, Charlie Wynn with the ball. Pass out to Maddie Day. Day to L. Gunter. Back out to Wynn. She will take the mid-range jumper and miss, and that is rebounded, and Molly Brown will come up with it. Out to Alyssa Petty. Petty driving in and loses the handle there, and that'll be a turnover.
That was a good pass.
Petty is all or nothing, isn't she? That's going to be out of bounds on the Lions. Rams will inbound from their own side of the court.
Their last game was against Pikeville, and it was a close game.
1-point win at Pikeville, so that was a really good win. Pikeville historically has been tremendous in the league, both guys and girls. Well, out to Wynn. Wynn's in for the layup, and that is missed and rebounded by Brown. She'll set the pace down court, and that runs into traffic, and that's a turnover. Rams will take the ball back down. 3-point shot attempt is missed. Rebound, Katie Farrell. Autumn Davis throws it. She thought Molly Brown had a little bit more speed there.
5 in, 5 out.
And we will do a rotation, and that is going to be onto the court. Ellie Graham, Olivia Hall, Leah Stinnett. Who else we got, right? Ruby Cox, and then we got Ashlyn Plott as the Rams come down and get set.
Oh, trouble.
And that'll be a turnover.
Kind of stealing the show here. My assistant coach was originally in here most of the time. That was me.
Pass out. Got a drive by Stinnett, and that'll be in and out. Rebound Cox out to Olivia Hall. Out to Ashlyn Plott, who takes a three and misses. Another Lions rebound, and Olivia Hall will get the second chance shot. It is 9-4 Lions halfway through the first period. And that's a turnover. Olivia Hall will make another one. There you go. Good defense, and this is when the press is really putting some pressure on the Bluefield Rams as they drive down the court, and that's going to be a foul by Ruby Cox.
That was a hard one. No free buckets around here.
Rams will take the free throws with nobody in the box to rebound. They'll make the first one. Ray, how unusual is this to see no Bluefield Rams in the paint to get the inside?
That's honestly weird. Normally you only see that, closer to the end of the game, but seeing it, at the start of the game is a little weird.
That'll be a foul on the Rams against Ellie Graham. It'll be on the floor, so Lions will inbound. Got Ashlyn Plott inbounding for the Lions. Finds Ellie Graham at the corner.
I think that's a foul. And one.
Driving in, and no good rebound. They're scrambling for it down low, and the Rams will come up with it. And that's almost a steal by Olivia Hall, but it'll go out of bounds, and the Rams will inbound. Got number 1, Chloe Shields, inbounding the ball for Bluefield. Pressure defense for the Lions.
They're in a zone. That's rare for them. Normally they're in a man-to-man.
That'll be off the Rams. They're out of bounds.
I've actually never seen the girls in a zone before.
Okay, switching it up here.
Yeah.
And that'll be a timeout. We're back with Lions Live. As we come out of the break, the Lions will inbound. It'll be Ellie Graham to Olivia Hall. That's to Leah Stinnett. Stinnett back to Hall. She will take the three, and that's going to be short, but rebounded by Ruby Cox.
That's a rare miss from her. Normally her first shot is green.
Out to Stinnett. Stinnett inside, out to Ruby Cox, and she'll shoot the three, and that'll be rebounded by the Rams. They'll move quickly down the court. Inside to Gabriela Rosado as she misses that one. Rebound, Stinnett. Out to Ruby Cox for the layup, and that's a great ball movement right there as the Lions are now on top 13-5. 4 minutes remaining in the period, and that's a turnover. That's going to be Ashlyn Plott into Ellie Graham back to Ruby Cox, and that's a mid-range jumper that she'll make.
Full court pressing is good.
Yeah. Rams are feeling the heat, and this time they will take advantage of the press and get a wide-open layup cut it to 15-7.
One thing about intermission, you always got to look opposite. Most teams don't understand that.
Billy Graham out to Ashlyn Plott for the three-pointer.
It's nothing new coming from her. Her and Liv. I think definitely best shooters on the team for sure.
The thing I've discovered is there's a lot of good shooters on this team, and you just got to find the one that's hot that day as the Rams will turn over. You've seen games where Olivia Hall is on fire. Molly Brown certainly does it a lot. She'll have games where she's rolling. Yeah. And that'll be a 5-on, is that 5-on, 5-off again for the Lions?
Brand new 5.
And now Kelsey Johnson will inbound to Sophie McInturf. Out to Sydney Neal. Neal back to McInturf. Inside to Brooklyn Stinnett, and that's going to be, I don't know if that was blocked or off the bottom of the backboard, but the Rams will take it down the court. And they, I figured something was going to be called there. Yeah. They'll send the Rams to a line. And that'll be number 24, Zoe Snavely.
They got 2 in this time for the free throws.
Snavely makes the first one. Makes the second one. 18-10 now. Excuse me, 18-9. McInturf out to Brooklyn Stinnett.
Oh, you got to shoot that.
McInturf.
Open.
Excuse me, McInturf. Rebound Rams.
Oh.
Yeah, Shantae Northcross at the top of the key. Tries, bounces it back out to Anna Smith. Back to Northcross. Northcross with a tough shot, but rebounded Rams. That's Rosado underneath. And it's going to be a foul.
It's rare that you see, sometimes they'll call that a jump ball. Sometimes you get a ref, they'll call it a foul.
Into Rosado, out to Northcross. Oh, and blocked. Blocked by Brittany Morrow.
Trey Morrow's sister. That was the best Trey impersonation.
Tough D for the Lions, and that's going to cause a turnover as Sydney Neal gets it, takes it down the court. Over to Kelsey Johnson. 3-point miss by Morrow.
Looked like she tried to knock it off of somebody else. Didn't do exactly what she planned.
Inbound, a lot of pressure, but they will convert it as Northcross comes down, and that's another, I think that was a pass, but it was still a blocked pass.
So she has a block and a steal.
Oh, good moves by Sophie McInturf, but didn't get it. And now a block on the Rams as Brooklyn Stinnett attempts a three.
Just playing defense for real. Coach is telling him to calm down a little bit.
Northcross with another pass in. That's a 3 attempt by Snavely, and Lions will come up with the ball. As Neal down to Stinnett. Over in the corner, 3 attempt, and that's short also. And now we may have a jump ball. Did they call jump ball or they call?
I think it was timeout.
They get a timeout. So we will take a timeout and be right back on Lions Live. Rams will inbound the ball, and some errant passes. It's going to lead to, well, they will keep the ball. I thought it could have been a turnover right there. Continuing with the aggressive defense for the Lions. And I believe that is, well, I'm having trouble with these numbers. We got kind of a dark red jersey with blue numbers, and it's just tough to see. And I have bad eyes, and so I'm going to struggle all game.
At least you admitted to it.
Yeah.
I definitely don't think that was an excuse.
I need contrasting numbers on the jerseys. That's going to be a long pass over to Zoe Snavely. It's going to get in, and that's going to be a turnover as Alyssa Petty intercepts that and drives down the court. Over to Molly Brown. Petty wanted to shoot, but she's going to bring it into Katie Farrell. Back out to Autumn Davis as she attempts a three, and good.
That was a much-needed bucket.
Autumn Davis extends the lead 21-9 with 23 seconds left to go in the period. Another turnover. It's Katie Farrell, and she's going to turn it right back to the Rams.
Turnover on turnover.
It's going to be 3 attempt, and that'll be good. So 12 seconds left to get a final shot. Brown's going to take it down into Farrell. Farrell's going to drive and lay it in.
That's a good move.
Great answer right there. And Rams won't be able to do anything as we end the first period 23-12 in the Lions' favor. So we will be back on Lions Live after this. Back as we start the second period, and the Lions will inbound the ball with a 23-12 lead. Good half on offense and defense, both sides of the ball for the Lady Lions as Molly Brown inbounds to Autumn Davis. Into Katie Farrell as she drives and forces herself, but
I think
missed.
She could have shot that.
Yeah.
It's wide open.
Brown with a lot of pressure on defense. Number 1, Chloe Shields drives in, and that'll be Rams ball.
Almost got caught with a foul. I'm trying to sandwich herself in between the players.
A lot of pressure. Number 14, Anna Smith, trying to find someone to pass it to. It's going to be tough pass inside. It's going to be Lauren Bragg. Bounces it out to Abby O'Quinn as she hits the three-pointer.
Bluefield has some shooters on their team. It's like a lot of their points are coming from threes.
It is. Oh. Kaylin Walls with a three.
Wow.
I didn't see it, but I assume it's Alyssa Petty with the
her best volleyball impersonation.
She plays hard. She is fun to watch. She plays hard.
She does.
And that'll be a turnover on Bluefield.
I think she maybe need to try out for the volleyball team with that one.
I feel like she could play any sport she wanted to. She's athletic. She's all out.
I genuinely think that'll be good, honestly.
Into Petty underneath, and she'll go up and rebound up in the air, and that's going to be eventually grabbed by Katie Farrell. She bounces it out to Kaylin Walls, over to Davis. Davis to Molly Brown. Thought about the three, and now she will take it and hits that. And when Molly Brown is on, it's like she can't miss, and she takes control of the games.
It looks like that's what's happening today.
Yeah, well, she's fun to watch as well. And as a freshman, she's got, star written all over for the future in this conference.
Definitely. I'm not going to say much, but maybe freshman of the year.
I think we got a timeout. We'll stay for this timeout, but Molly Brown, I don't know the other freshman candidates of freshman of the year, but certainly she's my pick right now. And she's going to be someone that in 3 and 4 years, these opponents are going to wonder why she's still here, because she's been such a menace for 4 years in a Lions uniform, and she's done tremendous. And she seems to have a very versatile game. Would you agree with that?
Definitely, yeah. I've seen her hit some tough shots, some great shots, a lot of close games, and she's the one that they're looking for. She's coming off of screens, shooting, and even just getting downhill, because no one can really stop her downhill. Like, she can finish around the rim really good.
And the thing that impresses me is she steps up to that challenge. Like, she knows when she's on, this team is going to depend on her, and so she's not afraid to shoot. She's not afraid to take control, and so that's a big time thing in a freshman.
Yeah, she's wearing number 24, and I just so happened to see one game where she hit her best Kobe impersonation, fade away off the glass, and I think we were actually down that game, but for her to have the confidence to shoot that shot, it tells you everything about her.
Yeah.
Currently got all my teammates looking at me right now. They're not used to see me in here. Normally somebody else.
Coming out at halftime, it will be Lions ball. It's going to be Brown inbounding to Autumn Davis. Trying to set something up. It's going to be over to Kaylin Walls, and inside that's going to be out of bounds on the Rams, so retain possession with the Lions.
I seen the vision. I definitely did. That was gonna be a great pass. One thing about it, I'm surprised that they haven't done it yet, but most teams double team Katie when she's in the post.
That's going to be Walls inside, misses that, rebound Rams. Taking it down the court, that is Charlie Wynn.
One thing about it, Autumn and Molly are two people that's great on-ball defense.
They are all over him, absolutely.
And then you got Petty out there as well.
It's a tough shot right there, tough mid-range shot, even though she was wide open. Davis, the brief turnover, recovered by Molly Brown, and then tremendous follow-up as she'll make that 28-15 Lions. And that's a block by Kaylin Walls. That's a great.
She just threw it.
Absolutely. 3-point attempt by the Rams. That's no good. Rebounded Rams going back up, and she will be fouled, but misses the shot.
Molly definitely did show off her finishing that I was speaking on earlier. That was a tough layup.
Tough to get handles on the ball because it wasn't expected. This is going to be Anna Smith shooting 2 for the Rams. She'll make the first one.
She hasn't missed a free throw this season.
Wow.
7 for 7.
That's impressive. Davis drives, bounces it back out to Farrell. Farrell inside to Petty. Petty with the miss, but gets her own rebound, and she's going back up, and that's going to be a foul.
She's strong.
She's very strong. There's not that much they can do to overpower her for sure.
Especially earlier. She volleyball spiked the ball earlier.
So Petty will shoot 2. She makes the first one.
This year going to be Kronk next Wednesday against Tennessee Wesleyan.
Misses the second one. Rams with the ball. And the turnover recovered by Katie Farrell. She gives it off to Molly. And Molly's tripped up, and that's going to be a foul.
There's the defense.
Yep.
There's the defense. Molly, Petty, Autumn Davis, all of them.
Autumn Davis windbound. Over to Molly in the corner. Drives in, and what a shot. And that's I mean, you see so many try that shot, and it's a tough one to make, and then she just finds the basket. It's impressive. As the Lions, it looks like it's about to be a jump ball, and it is. Force another turnover, although that will stay with the Rams.
There's been a lot of loose balls today.
Yeah, there has been.
Oh, 5 in, 5 out again.
5 in, 5 out. On the court, we're going to have Leah Stinnett, Ellie Graham, Sydney Neal, Ruby Cox, and Ashlyn Plott.
No, I asked him, where did the 5 in, 5 out come from? He actually told me from the volunteers, the lady volunteers coach.
Really?
Yeah. And that's what you do when you have a lot of talent. You got to play everybody.
Well, that's the thing. You have to have the personnel to do it, and they do. They seem to have the personnel, and they can get away with it.
That's one thing about the girls team. They have a loaded bench and a good starting 5 as well.
Shot clock down to 2. They're going to get it off, and that will be rebounded by the Lions as Ellie Graham takes the ball. Over to Leah Stinnett. Inside to Ruby Cox, and what do we got there, Ray? We got 3 seconds, or what do we got?
I think it was a foul.
Okay.
Surprisingly, normally I thought that they was going to call a jump ball. Been a lot of jump balls today. I was surprised that wasn't one as well.
Sydney Neal with inbound for the Lions.
That's going up.
Finds Ashlyn Plott on the outside. Missed, but rebounded by Ruby Cox, and that's could have been a foul. It's just going to be a turnover. Block shot by the Rams, and the Lions will remain possession. Neal will inbound again.
Yeah, I seen that coming.
Got some contact down underneath the basket.
Like some of the Bluefield players are trying to get in between of their line right here.
Inbound to Graham, the top of the key, passes out to Stinnett. Stinnett's going to find Sydney Neal. Neal back to Stinnett.
That was a good move. That's definitely
we got a foul there on Leah Stinnett as she forces her way into the basket. Are they going to call that on the shot, or is that on the floor?
I think she was going up.
I could probably agree with that, and they are going to say that. Leah Stinnett makes the first one. Hits them both, and now the Lions' lead will be 33-17. 5 minutes left to go in the half. 5:45 left to go in the half.
Pikeville band would say swish.
After some pressure D, the Rams are going to inbound the ball and face the press again. And they are able to get it down, but immediate turnover as Sydney Neal recovers that, and she's going to bounce it out to Ellie Graham. That'll be a turnover for the Lions.
I think it was a double. Yeah.
Now we got a
I was
double
about to
drill.
say.
Good eye. Good eye right there.
Well, she
That was
wanted to-
Chloe Shields.
She wanted to swing that one off. She didn't want it.
Ellie Graham inbound to Neal. Out to Stinnett. Long pass to Ellie Graham, and she's going to travel. So it's a battle of the turnovers.
I think I honestly think that could have went both ways, but I think maybe nowadays they call that a travel, but definitely battle of the turnovers right now.
Ruby Cox is going to face traffic inside, and she will get fouled as she goes up for the shot, so she'll go to the line.
That was a tough foul right there.
That is the 5th foul on the Rams.
That one hurt.
Cox misses the first one.
It's just the sound of just hitting the rim on free throws. I hate it.
I can understand that. She will make the second one.
And here our rims are hard. Like if you miss, everybody will know you missed.
It's like emphasized.
Man, and bold at that.
3-point attempt, Maddie Day. She's going to miss that rebound by the Rams, Charlie Wynn, and they're going to battle for the ball, and she's going to find somebody. That will be Chloe Shields, and looks like it's going to be out of bounds on the Lions, so Rams will retain possession.
Got called sneaking into the snacks there. I'm surprised they didn't call that three that she shot a foul. You know, they've been cracking down on a lot of like jumping into landing spaces on threes.
Rams inbound today, and that's going to be a turnover into Sydney Neal, and that's an easy basket right there. Good conversion there.
That's a great pass.
And the Rams are struggling. They're struggling with this pressure. They're struggling with the press, and they are going to find somebody for the 3 attempt, and that's not going to be any good. Ruby Cox with the ball into Stinnett, and she's going to kind of be tripped up, it looked like, and lose the ball. And now we got another traveling call. I haven't seen. There's a lot of them. Maybe the pace is so high that people are getting antsy, but
Yeah, I think so.
my colleague Jessica Day doesn't agree with that. Sydney Neal over to Ellie Graham. Into Ruby Cox, and great pass right there.
They're going back into the press again. I don't think they're going to get out of this press anytime soon. So
No.
Bluefield got to get it together.
Well, they're struggling so much with it that there's no reason to get out of it.
Yeah.
There's some teams that can find ways to beat it, and then they have open shots. But this is not one of them so far at this point. Maddie Day is going to turn the ball over. That's going to be Leah Stinnett. She's going to go inside, but look to bounce it back out to Ashlyn Plott. Misses the three-pointer. Rebound Rams. Oh, and that was just a little too much. Foul on Chloe Shields by Sydney Neal. We're going to have a line change here.
5 in, 5 out.
Got Brittany Morrow. We got Brooklyn Stinnett. We got Sophie McIntrough, Olivia Hall, and Kelsey Johnson in for the Lions as we have 3 minutes and 21 seconds left to go in the half. 38-17, Lions lead. Bluefield trying to create some ball movement, finds the open three, but doesn't convert, and that's going to be Lions ball.
If she would have gathered the ball and made the layup out, I think it would have been an assist.
McIntrough brings the ball down. Over to Morrow, out to Brooklyn Stinnett. And Brooklyn will take any three she gets the opportunity to do. That one's a little bit contested. And back out to Morrow, over to McIntrough. Olivia Hall in tomorrow, and tough shot. Rebounded Rams.
A lot of people didn't know, but that is Trey Morrow's sister. I think they play a lot alike.
Got bodies on the floor as there was a lot of contact, and that's going to lean open three for the Rams, but cannot connect on it. Kelsey Johnson brings the ball down over to McIntrough. Olivia Hall's going to take the three. No good. Rebounded Rams.
Seen a few people stand up in the stands. Like a lot of people knew that was going in, but sadly it didn't.
Inside to Rosado, and she's going to lay that in. As it is now 38-19 Lions. Brooklyn Stinnett out to Kelsey Johnson. Misses the three, rebounded Rams, and now
dunk it.
Laid in for the Rams, and that one just set up well to where that rebound went.
I think she could have dunked it.
We'll never know. Brooklyn Stinnett with the three. Misses, but rebounded McIntrough, and she's going to take it again. I love that.
Man,
great, yes, love that.
There it is.
Great job on that second chance. Three-pointer, Brooklyn Stinnett.
Travel. Good help.
Into Rosado, who converts. And we'll have a timeout with 53 seconds left to go in the half. .53 seconds left to go in the half as Molly Brown will inbound to Autumn Davis. We see some new faces on the court to end this half. 41-23 Lions lead. And the Bluefield pressure pays off as that's a turnover. Got 34 seconds on the game clock, 25 seconds on the shot clock. Inside to Joseph, and she's going to drive in, miss that, and it's going to be recovered by the Rams. They take the three-pointer and miss again. That's rebound Lions, but turnover. Jemiah Joseph. It's going to be a turnover again. So we are battling back and forth with who can give the other team the ball quickest. 12 seconds remaining. Shot clock's off. Molly Brown, if I'm guessing, she's going to take this shot. And she goes in and gets clobbered. And that and goes down hard.
Yeah, that one hurt.
That one looked like it hurt because she landed just flat.
Tailbone.
Let's hope she is just temporarily hurt. She's up and walking around, limping a little bit, but I think it's just took the wind out of her, and we're going to have 3.6 seconds remaining, and she will take 2 free throws here.
She kind of scared Michaela. Michaela ran on the court.
This is the first one, uncharacteristically. Makes the second one. As we were saying, not many weak points in her game. She is limping a little bit. She's going to enjoy the halftime rest here as we will go into the half with the Lions leading 42-23. Be back with Lions Live after this. I'm live. And we are back in action at Summers Gymnasium as we start this second half. Lions lead 42 to 23 over the Bluefield Rams. We saw a lot of good defense, a good amount of scoring for the Lady Lions, but also a lot of turnovers for both teams. Saw some double dribbles, saw some traveling. Both teams playing at a pretty fast pace, which led to a few of those turnovers. And as we enter this half, we will get an inbound to Autumn Davis as she will bring the ball down the court, going right to left on your TV screen. Molly Brown with a great move, but can't convert on the little short jumper as the Rams will bring the ball down the court, trying to set a pace for themselves. And that will be a three-point attempt by Maddie Day, and no good as we get some muscle underneath by Kaylin Walls, and it is going to be Lady Lions ball. Molly Brown, Autumn Davis, Kaylin Walls, Alyssa Petty, and Katie Farrell in the court. Same as we started this game with. As Davis will do the ball handling in the Walls underneath the Petty as she makes a good move, and that's her strength right there. Showing through as she converts on that layup as the Lions get on board first and then create a turnover. And that's something they have been able to do very well and also do that very well and turn the ball back over. And the Rams will take advantage of that one as Ashante Northcross will lay that in. 44-25. Lady Lions into Alyssa Petty, and she'll just keep doing her thing. Converted there. And almost had another turnover, but that's going to be a foul on Katie Farrell. As the Rams will inbound from their side of the court. The Lions will keep the press on. Refs want to stop for a second. Inbound to Chloe Shields. Shields over to Charlie Wynn. She almost lost that one, and then makes a tough pass that the Lions. It looks like it was Walls, Kaylin Walls, excuse me. Tips it out of bounds, so we'll kind of do that over again. Chloe Shields with the inbound responsibilities, and back at her as she enters the court. A lot of pressure, bad pass. Alyssa Petty driving down, and this one, oh my goodness, behind the back pass by Alyssa Petty to Molly Brown, and great one to do it to as Molly Brown was ready and can convert. And those two should know how to do it as high school teammates. They've probably connected a lot over the years, and you could tell how well they work together as Charlie Wynn brings the ball for the Rams, and Molly Brown tips it. That's going to be out of bounds and will be inbounded again by the Rams. That was fun to see. And like I said, with Petty and Molly Brown both being freshmen, if we see them together for 4 years, I think you're going to be just kind of impressed in the next few years as Petty will draw the foul. And so she's doing it all. Feeling it right now. Rams with a little one-man press right here as Autumn Davis crosses half court. Over to Kaylin Walls. Walls out to Petty. Petty into Farrell and back out to Walls, and she's going to take the three-pointer and connect. Three-pointer, Kaylin Walls, 51-25 Lions. And quickly down the court is Ashante Northcross. Excuse me. That is Chloe Shields for the three for the Bluefield Rams. Haven't seen a ton of them for the Rams today, but hits on that one. Lions back out to Davis and into Petty, and she's so powerful. It's just the strength that not many teams can deal with, and Bluefield certainly can't today. Northcross with a tough time crossing. She bounces it back out, and that's another three-pointer. This time Charlie Wynn, and Bluefield's kind of got the hot hand right now. Lions, I was going to say they're slowing it down, but then Caitlin Walls takes a three. She was wide open, and she had hit the last one. Gets her own rebound into Katie Farrell and lays it in for the conversion. So great job right there. And honestly, Bluefield just kind of backed off the defense there. They really weren't putting anyone down low. And I thought Bluefield was going to try it again. Instead, she will drive, and then Molly Brown tips it out of bounds. I believe that is El Gunter inbounding over to Northcross. Long two-point attempt, no good. And now the three-point attempt is also no good. Rebounded Autumn Davis. Alyssa Petty on the court as somebody was rough with her. And then it looks like that's going to be out of bounds. It was originally tipped by Bluefield, but Walls got a hand on it right before it touched the baseline. Lions backing off the press here to start the second half. And that's going to a lot of ball movement for the Rams. Northcross holds it at the top. Inside, and that is going to be a foul by Katie Farrell. Attempt missed, so she will shoot two. That'll be El Gunter at the line for the Rams. As she hits the first one. Gunter, a 67% free throw shooter on the year. As she will connect on both. 55 to 33, and we will have a line change for the Lions. 5 on, 5 off. And now coming in, we got Ruby Cox on the court. We got Ashlyn Plott, Sydney Neal, just now inbounded by Ellie Graham, who will take the ball down the court, and then Leah Stinnett. Graham out to Neal. Inside to Ruby Cox to a wide open Neal, but then decides to take it inside and do a little fancy move, but can't convert. Rebounded Lions. Back out to Leah Stinnett, who drives, takes a tough shot, fouled, and no good there. So she'll shoot two. The biggest difference I'm seeing is the Lions have a lot of open ladies when it comes to trying to give up the ball, and Bluefield is just not finding that open man. The Lions are putting a lot of pressure on them on defense and has knocked them off their game plan. Stinnett will hit both. Lions take a 57 to 33 lead. 5 minutes left to go in the third period. Number 5, Abby O'Quinn, struggling to find an open target, and looks like it's going to be a foul on Leah Stinnett. on the court, and that will take us to a timeout. So we will be right back on Lions Live. As we come back out from the timeout, the Rams will inbound the ball with 5 minutes left to go in the third period. If you can make it to Wednesday's game against Tennessee Westland, I think it's going to be a big one for the guys and the girls. A lot of fun events. Rams will try to find someone underneath, but cannot. Out to Northcross, kicks it out to the top. Drives, but no good and no foul. Ellie Graham will come up with the ball. Over to Ashlyn Plott, going inside with a layup. Good job by Ashlyn Plott on that one. Northcross finds a wide open three-pointer for the Rams, and that is Abby O'Quinn. Graham driving underneath. Back out to Ruby Cox. Finds Sydney Neal. Back over to Cox. She wasn't ready for it. Out to Ellie Graham. Sydney Neal thought about the three. She's going to come over and she's going to find a wide open Ashlyn Plott. She'll miss that one, but it will be rebounded and reset by the Lions. Leah Stinnett drives in and converts on the layup. They've been able to do a lot of those this game against the Bluefield Rams. And almost a jump ball, and then gets back in there and finds the jump ball. That will stay with Bluefield, as the possession arrow favors them. It'll be inbounded by L. Gunter. Gunter out to O'Quinn, back to Gunter. Continued pressure by the Lions, and that's going to lead to a temporary turnover and then kind of a scramble for the ball. And Plott will come up with it for the Lady Lions as she feeds it to Leah Stinnett and finds Ruby Cox, who takes the three. Good. Three-pointer, Ruby Cox. 64-36 Lions. 3 minutes left to go in this third period. And I believe that's going to be a foul called probably on Ruby Cox. I didn't see a whole lot there. It looked like just kind of a fumbled pass by Bluefield. But Gunter will inbound for the Rams. Out deep to Northcross, who comes in and then kicks it back out. Tipped by Plott. Northcross trying to find space. Can't find space, and she's going to draw the foul. And that is on the shot. That'll bring Ashante Northcross to the line, who will hit the first one. Northcross, 66% free throw shooter on the year. Leads the team in points per game, and she will make the second one. And we will have a timeout. So timeout, Lions, as we take a break. Be right back. Lions will come out of the timeout with a 26-point lead, 64 to 38. 2 minutes and 55 seconds left to go in the third period as Sydney Neal drives and bounces it back out to Ellie Graham. 3-point attempt, no good. Rebounded Rams out to El Gunter over to North Cross. North Cross takes down the court. Lions not giving them a lot of options to give the ball to. Back to North Cross. Finds a lady in the corner, and she will connect on that three-pointer. 64-41. Sydney Neal over to Ruby Cox. To Leah Stinnett. 3-point, no good. Rebounded Rams. She got the look she wanted, just couldn't connect. And Bluefield has a little bit of momentum as Coach Matt Ballant looks to bring in some subs, and Bluefield will cut the lead a little bit more. 64-43. Ruby Cox with some almost gave the ball up, but out of bounds on the Rams on North Cross as we bring in 5 more. This one's going to be Brittany Morrow, Brooklyn Stinnett, Kelsey Johnson, Sophie McIntruff, and Olivia Hall. So some 3-point shooters in on this rotation, as there are on pretty much every rotation the Lions have. You really can't find a unit that can't shoot from outside as Kelsey Johnson gets it inbound to Morrow, out to Brooklyn Stinnett. Takes a 3-point, no good. Rebounded Olivia Hall, bounces back out to Kelsey Johnson. Back to Hall and Johnson. Inside, but tough pass right there, and Rams will take over as Jemiah Joseph takes the ball down, and that's another turnover. I don't even think she saw her right there. And the Lions have got to get some momentum back. Brooklyn Stinnett trying to make something happen here. Into Brittany Morrow. Out to Sophie McIntruff. 3-pointer good. They needed that one to kind of stop a little bit of momentum that Bluefield has. 67-45. North Cross bobbles inside, and that is going to be bounced back out by the Rams, and we have something down low, and I'm not sure what it is, but we got North Cross on the court. I still don't know whether they called that a foul or just stop play just to help her out. It will remain Rams ball. Jemiah Joseph on the inbound. Out to Abby O'Quinn. And that'll draw a foul on Brittany Morrow. Coach Matt Ballant doesn't like it, and I can understand that. It looked like she just had her hands up, and O'Quinn just kind of ran into her, but they were calling that on the shot. Did they call that on the shot? I thought that was a pass, but the referees do not agree, and believe it or not, they have more say in this game than me. So Lauren Bragg converts on both. 67-47, 20-point lead. As Brooklyn Stinnett passes off to McInturf. Stinnett with a short-range jumper, no good, and that is going to be out of bounds on the Lions. And that'll be the third period. So we will enter the fourth period when we come back. 67-47, Bryan Lady Lions. As we start the fourth period, once near 30-point lead is now a 20-point lead. Still comfortable, but Lions would like to get some momentum back. As we see Brittany Morrow trying to set something up here into Kelsey Johnson. And we got a traveling call that I didn't see, but I was kind of blocked out by one of the Rams defenders, so wasn't able to really see her feet. That's going to be a turnover, and Bluefield Rams will take possession. Not the way they wanted to get the momentum back, but tough defense by McInturf. And temporarily kind of lose some handles, and she's staying on her. Aggressive by Sophie. That's going to be into Rosado, and the short, tough range shot for Lauren Bragg does not fall as the Lions will bring it down the court, and Rams pressing a little bit here. Got to get something going if they're going to make up some ground. Out to McInturf. Thought about the three-pointer for a split second. Decides to bounce it out to Brittany Morrow and misses that one, but Kelsey Johnson with the rebound, and she's going to take a tough layup. And again, the rebound. Morrow gets it again. So it's just kind of a Lions possession right here, and that's going to be a foul on the Rams. And another up easy for Brittany Morrow here. A lot of both teams on the court, as it has been not a dirty game at all, but just a kind of a aggressive game, as we've seen several players hit the court hard. And she's going to take 2 free throws as she makes the first one. Brittany Morrow, 33% on the year, but hadn't had a ton of attempts, and she'll hit both of those to increase her average. And she will come out of the game as she's being ginger with knee, ankle, not exactly sure what, but she definitely hit hard at some point. She'll go in the training room to get checked out. Rams moving the ball around, trying to get down court. Northcross out. That's going to be 3-point attempts. Snavely, no good. Rebounded Lions. Brooklyn Stinnett out to Olivia Hall. Oh, and they called her for a traveling. I think she thought she had an open lady down underneath and then decided better of it and just couldn't quite keep that last foot on the ground. Northcross moving the ball around, take the long 2-point attempt and connect on that. So 69-49 remains the 20-point advantage for the Lions. Brooklyn slowing things down a little bit here. Out to Olivia Hall. 3-point attempt, no good. Rebounded Lions. Blocked out to Brooklyn Stinnett. She's going to shoot the three. No good there. And Rams will rebound that one. One thing the Lions have done a tremendous job of is getting offensive rebounds. I feel like they are dominating that category as Northcross takes a wild layup but connects on it. Good shot, good moves there. Stinnett down court, out to Kelsey Johnson. Olivia Hall out to Johnson. Up to McInturf. She'll take the three. Long three. Rebounded Johnson. On the ground again, and I think she called a timeout. Couldn't find an open man, so she will take a timeout, and we will be right back. Coming out of the timeout will be Lions ball. Sydney Neal will take the responsibilities of doing the inbounding. Finds underneath, that is Leah Stinnett, and a quick conversion on that one is what the Lions wanted to get back rolling. 71-51. Northcross out to O'Quinn. O'Quinn underneath to Rosado. Rosado back out. That pass intercepted and will be kicked out of bounds by the Rams, so Lions will have the ball as Ellie Graham will do the inbounding. As my colleague and the man you're all wishing were here, Jordan Day enters the booth. He's got the King's vocabulary over my limited knowledge of basketball nomenclature as Ellie Graham finds Ruby Cox underneath, and that's going to be a foul by the Rams. On the floor, so, excuse me. Yes, it will stay on the floor. Sydney Neal will inbound again. Out to Ashlyn Plott. Plott driving, long 2-point attempt, and she's going to hit. Great shot right there. 73-51. Northcross does all the ball handling as they bring down the court for the Rams, which probably makes it a little bit easier to defend if you only have one point guard to deal with. Rams will inbound, tipped out by Leah Stinnett. It'll stay Rams ball. And attempted interception by Sydney Neal, but didn't get it. It'll remain Rams ball as Northcross handles it again, and she's going to take another kind of wild shot. She connected on the last one, so you can't blame her, but doesn't on this one. 3, Ashlyn Plott misses that one. Well, that's going to be out of bounds on Ellie Graham. I think she tried to hit it off a Ram, but just misses. So we'll have Elle Gunter inbounding into Northcross. 73-51, 5 minutes, 53 seconds left in the game. Inside, and great shot. No call right there, which could have been because she went down, but Abby O'Quinn on that layup conversion, a tough one at that. Ellie Graham bounces back out to Stinnett. Stinnett inside, rebounded Ruby Cox and up and in. Great job of being in the right place there. As the Lions keep their 22-point lead, and that's going to be thrown and out of bounds. I thought it could have been tipped by Ruby Cox, but it wasn't. So just out of bounds on the Rams-Lions ball as we see 5 more. A very common sight here on this court for Matt Ballant's Lady Lions. And inside here we'll have Sophie McIntruff, Kelsey Johnson, Brittany Morrow, Brooklyn Stinnett, and Olivia Hall with the ball. She's going to bounce out to Morrow, out to McIntruff, takes a long 3, in and out there, rebounded Rams. Brooklyn Stinnett all over, but Rams will keep the ball and bounce it out to the 3-point line and keep it out on the perimeter here. They are going to need some perimeter shots, and that's a 3-point attempt with some contact, but no call by Maddie Day, and no good. McIntruff to Olivia Hall. Olivia Hall sees the 3 she likes, takes it, no good. Tough call right there as it kind of bounced around like a pinball on 2 girls, but it's going to stay a Rams ball. Some substitutions for the Rams. I believe that is Jemiah Joseph coming on. I didn't see who else entered the court, and she's going to face some pressure right away by Sophie McIntruff. Some aggressive defense. And Joseph with the attempted layup didn't get it. Lions pressing down the court. She's going to slow it up a little bit. Needs to find someone open. She finds Kelsey Johnson. 3-point shot. Good. Kelsey Johnson with her first 3 of the game. That's what she likes to do. She stays outside, can knock them down from outside as well. Joseph doing the ball handling now with no Northcross on the court, and that's going to be a foul by the Lions. And that is going to send, I believe, Elizabeth Smith to the line. Smith, ball bounces around and finds a bounce as she'll hit the first one. And she connect on the second one, so 78-55, and we will take a timeout and be back with the final 4 minutes of this game after this. just under 4 minutes left to go in the game. Lions lead 78 to 55. Sophie McIntruff will take the ball down the court as Bluefield's trying to get something going by putting a little pressure on them. Finds Kelsey Johnson for a three, and she hits again. 2 in a row for Kelsey Johnson. Found her groove there as the Lions extend the lead. Out to O'Quinn. O'Quinn to Maddie Day. Day to Caitlin Norman, excuse me. Back out to Day, and that'll be Joseph for the long three. Will not connect, but it will be out of bounds on the Lions, so Rams will keep the ball underneath their basket. Joseph takes another three. No good. McIntruff with the rebound. Driving down. She'll take it herself. No good on that one either. I think she had a little bit more space than she thought. Really was because Bluefield didn't attempt to block it. They just kind of stood there. She thought she would be more contested. Jemiah Joseph probably needs to have a little urgency here if they're going to try to catch up, and she will take it herself as she drives in, makes the layup. 81-57. Out to Brooklyn Stinnett, who makes a saving play before it goes out of bounds. Passes over to Brittany Morrow, back to Stinnett. Stinnett with a three-pointer. No good. Rebounded for a moment from the Rams. Lions regain possession. Olivia Hall to Kelsey Johnson. And foul on the Rams against Johnson. That'll be their 4th foul of the half, so Lions will take the ball out of bounds. McIntruff in to Morrow. Morrow does a little move underneath and lays it in, and good, and the foul. Draws the foul on that one, so a chance at a three-point play here for the Lions as we reach the 2-minute mark left in the game. 83-57 advantage for your hometown Lady Lions. Morrow will miss that. Rebounded Kelsey Johnson. She's going to bring it out. Give it back to Morrow. Cross court to McIntruff. And then tipped out of bounds by the Rams. So at this point, Lions playing just a little bit of conservative ball. No need to press anything. Inside to Morrow. Morrow with a great move and lays it in. Some fancy ball work there as Joseph will take the ball down. It looks like they're giving Northcross the rest of the game off. Thought they might have just been giving her a break right now. She does lead the Rams in minutes played this year, so probably needs a little bit of a rest as the Rams turn this over. Morrow to McIntruff for the easy lay-in. Good conversion there. Lions lead 87-57, back up to 30 points on the day, and we got a whistle blown, and I'm not sure if that's a timeout or we got something. I still don't know. All I do know is that Rams will retain possession and inbound this ball. Out to Joseph, 2 men on her, and throws it out of bounds. Lions ball. 1:12 left to go in the game. McIntruff to Olivia Hall. Hall over to Johnson. She's been feeling that three-point. She wanted it. She was just a little bit too deep on that one. Out to Brooklyn Stinnett. She's going to attempt the three. No good. Rebounded Rams. 54 seconds left to go. Turnover. Brooklyn Johnson with a move. Can't lay it in, but Olivia Hall gets the rebound. No good there. Jemiah Joseph with the rebound. Was that Brooklyn Stinnett? Brooklyn Stinnett. I apologize.
A little fast paced for me. I'm used to baseball. It's a slower game. As we enter the 30 seconds left to go in this game, Bluefield not in any hurry to take a shot, as there's no need to be, but they will turn the ball over one last time as Sophie McIntroff takes that down, but cannot convert. But she's going to try for the steal. And she does. Out to Olivia Hall for the lay-in. 10 seconds left, 89-57. That is probably going to do it. The Bluefield Rams may take one more attempt, and we do foul. 2 seconds left. Playing hard to the whistle. I like it. No reason to change your game, no matter the score, no matter the time. That's Matt Ballant ball right there. So Maddie Day will be at the line shooting 2 with 2.4 seconds left to go in this game as she hits the first one. And no matter the result of this one, I imagine the Lions will just hang on to the ball as we end this thing. Great effort by the Lions today. Missed shot rebounded. Olivia Hall will hold it. And that'll be our final as your Lady Lions win today's matchup 89-58 over the Bluefield Rams. A great performance on all aspects of the game for the Lions. So for your fill-in Clint McCauley, for your very much missed Jordan Day, Jessica Day, and Jeremy Deal, this has been Lions Live. Stay tuned for the boys' game coming up in about 30 minutes. Isaiah Sanders. Number 5, Lanier Young. Number 12, Keyshawn Tonsall. Number 22, Danny Alford. And number 24, Shaft Clark. The Rams are coached by Joseph Cooper and assisted by Ethan Rainwater and John Sellers. And now for your Bryan College Lions. At guard, a junior from Knoxville, Tennessee, number 1, Isaiah Bredwood. At guard, a freshman from Franklin, Tennessee, number 12, Ty Gibbs. At forward, a junior from Bells, Tennessee, number 14, Hayden Moten. At guard, a senior from Crossville, Tennessee, number 20, Cole Torres. And at center, a junior from Memphis, Tennessee, number 33, Jerry Taylor Jr. The Lions are coached by Jason Latch, assisted by Josh Muncie, Wes Steedner, Nick Roberts, and Ian Johnson.
Welcome into Lions Live. I'm Jordan Day joining you on the call. Fresh out of baseball practice, missed the girls' game thanks to Clint McCauley for covering there. And we are glad to be back. Jerry Taylor Jr. in the center circle, going to jump against number 22, Danny Alford, the visiting Bluefield Rams, coming in at 3-8 overall in the conference, 3-14 overall for the year. So a winnable game for the Lions. We hope they continue the success that they had last time out at home last weekend. Is probably one of their best performances of the year, as we see Hayden Moten on the defensive end early, causing the turnover. The starters for the Lions: Ty Gibbs, Isaiah Bredwood, Hayden Moten, Jerry Taylor Jr., and Cole Torres. For the visiting Rams, number 3, Isaiah Sanders. Number 5, Lanier Young. Number 12, Keyshawn Tonsall. Number 22, Danny Alford. And number 24, Shaft Clark. Dueling turnovers to start the contest. Rams are going to take control of the basketball. A deep three from Sanders going to miss that one. Rebound, Cole Torres. Torres, the lefty, drives left side, drops off to Gibbs. Gibbs, cross court for Bredwood. Bredwood picks up his dribble a bit early, but finds Moten. Moten looking for Jerry Taylor Jr. underneath. Back to Gibbs, 9 on the shot clock. Cole Torres to Bredwood. Bredwood, good pump fake to get the defender in the air, and a kiss off the glass. The shooter's roll. Early 2-0 lead for the Lions. Young back to Sanders. Sanders over to Tonsall. Tonsall drives with his left. Good take, but unable to convert at the rim. Offensive rebound for the Rams. That's Shaft Clark with the offensive board and putback. 2-2, 18-23 remaining here in the first half. Rams coming out in a zone look. And Hayden Moten's going to take advantage. Finds a soft spot in the zone there with a jumper from the right wing. Knocks it down. 4-2 advantage to the Lions. Sanders cross court to Lanier Young. Inside again to Alford. Alford working. Hayden Moten looking to provide the defense, and that's another good job by Clark. He's got all 4 points for the Rams so far. The Lions are going to work Jerry Taylor Jr. Ball poked out. Good active defense. Sanders. Rams looking to run the floor, and ball bounces out of play. That's a hustle play by Breadwood to poke that one out. Prevent an easy look at a layup. And the inbound finds Lanier Young. Little runner with the right hand. Knocks that one down. 6-4 advantage to the visiting Bluefield Rams. It's going to throw me off, the Bluefield being in red, which is, they used to be royal and white. They've added some red in there. I think just to keep us announcers on our toes, as Jerry Taylor Jr. is going to pump fake to draw a foul underneath. It's going to be our first free throws of the contest. 17-14 remaining in the first half. Lions trail 6-4. Jerry Taylor Jr., we spoke last week. It's one thing he's improved consistently in his game is his percentage from the free throw line. Last weekend, I think, shot 14 free throws, made 12 of them, as he knocks down the first one there to cut the deficit to 1. 6-5 early here to the Rams. As JTJ is going to convert both, continuing that hot hand from the charity stripe. 6-6 here early. Lions with a bit of half-court pressure, and then they slide back into the zone look. It's going to just be an errant turnover. Ball hit off the hands of Danny Alford as they look to the entry pass on the inside. 17 minutes remaining first half, 6-6. Breadwood being pressured at the top, right inside of half court. He's able to get it across to Ty Gibbs. Gibbs to Torres. Torres looks long three from the left. He knocks it down. And the Lions bench approves of that one. 9-6 lead here to the Lions. Shot came out of nothing for Torres. Looked like he was about to swing it. As we get another offensive board, second chance points, that's Danny Alford. Rams have been active on the offensive end of the glass. 4 of their 8 points so far have been second chance points off offensive rebounds. Coach Jason Latch is definitely going to want that to change. And speaking of offensive rebounds, Jerry Taylor Jr. misses a layup, grabs his own missed chance, and puts that one back up. 3-point lead restored to the Lions. 11-8 early in this basketball game. Back and forth we go in the Summers Gymnasium. Ball kicked to the corner. Kashawn Tonsel, tough 15-foot jumper, almost from our angle. He had to shoot that around the side of the backboard. It's kind of in and out. But rebound back to the Lions, looking for their biggest advantage of the game. Ball finds Ty Gibbs in the corner, and he's good from 3, 14-8. We speak almost every broadcast. The one thing that the Lions had not done a good job of early was shoot the ball from behind the arc. They've consistently gotten better, mainly in this semester, as we see a runner that's missed. Another offensive board that's missed. Jerry Taylor Jr. is going to clean that one up. But 32.8% now from behind the arc are the Lions on the year. Over 33% now after the 2-for-2 start today. But there's one thing that we've seen, and early in the year it was in that mid to high 20s, 26, 28%. The Lions have steadily climbed consistently throughout the start of this semester. We're going to get our first media time out of the contest. 15 minutes remaining here in the first half. Lions lead the visiting Bluefield Rams 14-8. We'll be right back on Lions Live. Welcome back into Lions Live. Bluefield with the basketball, trailing by 6. Got some subs on the court for the Rams for both teams. That's DeAndre Miles, number 13, is checked into the ball game, along with number 4, Tyler Suber. Derek Curtis checking in for the Lions with Ray Moore, Cal Drake, and Ty Gibbs still on the floor. As you see a nice entry pass to Ty Gibbs. Nice little reverse finish with the right hand. 16-8 advantage early to the Lions. Trying to start with another good first half, just like we did last weekend in a game that saw the Lions beat Milligan pretty easily. Cole Torres, tough rebound, brings it down over number 23, Alford. Alford definitely had the size advantage there. Cole Torres yanked that one out of midair. Lions with good ball movement to start as Derek Curtis drives. Looks wide open to Ray Moore. Moore knocks it down for 3. And the hot hand of the Lions behind the three-point arc continues, 19-8. Just what the doctor ordered for Coach Latch and company. 15-foot J on the other side. Great knockdown shot, Lanier Young, 19-10. Tough shot to kind of stop the bleeding for the Rams. They needed a bucket in a bad way. Is Cole Torres going to throw that looking for Cal Drake? Cal Drake was not even looking. And we're going to get a foul whistled on Drake as he stopped the layup, but it's going to send number 13, DeAndre Miles, the 6'6 senior from Broadnax, Virginia, going to go to the line to shoot 2. Some miscommunication on the offensive end there for the Lions as Drake was not looking for the ball. May have been after the pick and roll. And Torres looked to pass it to him, and I think it just hit off the side of Drake when he was looking the opposite direction. First free throw's missed by Miles. He's going to shoot the second. 19-10, Lions still lead. 3 from behind the arc as we start the contest. Regale Moore with one of those, Ty Gibbs with one of those, and Cole Torres with another. So Lions kind of spreading out the scoring as we start this one. 13-20 remaining in the first half, 19-11 Lions. Derek Curtis kicks ball wide. Gibbs with a fake, looking to drive. Ball's poked out by Miles. He's had a good couple possessions since checking into the ball game for the Bluefield Rams and Coach Joseph Cooper. Back to Miles. Miles elevates in the lane. Just a bit too long. Torres another rebound. Torres crosses over. I think he was looking for the shot out. Ty Gibbs, deep 3. Just kisses off the front of the rim. A bit short. It looked on lined up here from the broadcast booth. Rebound nonetheless to the Bluefield Rams. Up top, Suber. Suber looks wide for DJ McDonald. McDonald turns it over. Derek Curtis quick to it. Tried to drive the floor. He's going to be fouled by number 10, Pharaoh Fields, who had stepped in front of that transition opportunity for Derek Curtis. That's going to see a couple more subs for Coach Jason Latch. Isaiah Breadwood checking back into the ballgame as he was one of our starters. Jerry Taylor Jr. as well. So Breadwood and Curtis, bit of the smaller lineup for Coach Latch. Ball wide to Moore. Moore back to JTJ. Kicks to Breadwood. Breadwood, good defense from the Rams so far. Inside, up and under. What a finish. Jerry Taylor Jr. The big man getting it done early. A little bit of a needless foul on Regale Moore. 12:01 remaining here in the first half. 10-point lead to the Lions, 21-11. Been a rather quick first half. Only 4 total fouls and 1 timeout so far in the contest. Good defense and trap by the Lions. Good. Ball was passed, actually fizzed to Caleb Morgan underneath. Great back side look and unable to find. He just couldn't get the handle on it. Lions are going to go back, and then we're going to get a travel. Jerry Taylor Jr. cannot believe it. He thought he was fouled by Suber. but they're going to call the travel before the contact. It's a good defense by the Rams. Still a 10-point lead to the Lions. Lions look like they are going to initiate a full court press look here. And a good trap so far. Ball works around the court. It's going to find its way to Farrow Fields in front of the Lions bench. Ball goes inside. DJ McDonald. McDonald up and under. And he's going to finish with the right hand over Cal Drake, 21-13. Coach Latch talking to the official at the bottom of the screen. I don't know if he thought there was a lot of contact there on Derek Curtis as he tried to inbound the ball. If he thought there was contact then, he definitely did as he took it to the rim. No call. Rams going to go back on the offensive end. Good spin move. Couldn't finish at the rim. Farrell Fields. Back and forth we go. Derek Curtis, offensive rebound. Redwood, hesitation underneath. Kicks to Curtis. Curtis, deep three. Ray Moore unable to knock it down. But Redwood picked off that offensive rebound. Lions going to get second chance points here. JTJ working down low. What a post move up. Can he finish? And one. Jerry Taylor Jr. with a tough finish. Putting on a clinic the last couple weeks on the post. The shimmy shake underneath. Unable to feel like he got everybody in a red jersey to pump fake. Finally got one to pump fake and make some contact with the body. The continuation sees him finish with the right hand high off the glass. And he's going to the charity stripe for the old-fashioned three-point play. Jerry Taylor Jr. been an offensive stalwart lately for the Lions. Been able to do it, obviously, from the low block, but he's been great from the free throw line. Looks to stay perfect today, and he knocks that one down. 3 for 3 from the line so far as Jerry Taylor Jr., 24-13. Halfway through the first half, Lions lead the Rams, and what Coach Latch spoke to me earlier this week seems like a bit of a must-win. They got 3 straight Saturday games where they're playing somebody in the Appalachian Athletic Conference standings that is very close to them, so feeling like they need to make some movement here in the next few weeks. Regale Moore, good cross-court pass, finds Redwood. Redwood thought about the pass, going to say knocks down the 3 instead. Almost a hesitation to bring the defender closer and said, no thanks. In your face, Isaiah Redwood. 27-13. That's going to force a timeout from Coach Cooper and the Rams. We'll be right back with Lions Live. Welcome back in to Summers Gymnasium for the last 9:35 of the first half. Bryan College Lions leading the Bluefield Rams. Good take to the rack, unable to finish. Keyshawn Tonsel, rebound to the Lions. Redwood's going to bring it up, control the tempo. Hayden Moten checked back in for the Lions after that timeout. Over to Cal Drake in the corner. Can we stay hot from 3? No, we can't. Little long. That's got to be a travel, and we're going to call a foul. And I think that was definitely missed call underneath. Cal Drake's looking, he's the one that was whistled for the foul. Cannot believe it wasn't a travel. I saw the Lions' big bench definitely worried about it. Nick Chambliss was the first one up in arms off the bench. But that's going to send Tonsel to the line. He's going to miss the first free throw. 64% for the Rams as a team. Tonsel only, if I can find it, is also 62%. So slight shooting advantage from the free throw line to the Lions today. Also about even from behind the arc. Both teams shooting 32% on the year. The Lions has definitely been the best of the two so far. Tonsel misses the second free throw. 27-13 here to the Lions. Moten to Ray Moore. JTJ calling for the ball at the top of the key. He's going to get it. Swings it to Moore, back to Breadwood. It's a foul through the back of Jerry Taylor Jr. He says it doesn't matter. Going to finish strong at the rack anyway. 29-13. Lanier Young catches that errant pass back to Sanders. Sanders to the top of the key looking for Alford. Swung out wide to Young. Young for three. Can't get it to fall. JTJ rebounds. Breadwood's going to push the tempo here. Jerry Taylor looks for the pick and roll. Going to get the ball from Ty Gibbs, looking to work on the post. Baby hook's not going to fall. Back we go with the Rams. Rams cross. I don't know. We got to get something. It's, jump ball. Clint McCauley, good call. As he was on your broadcast earlier, he's back on the music. But he is a basketball aficionado these days, as he saw that jump ball before any official. And that's going to send the possession arrow back to the Lions. Rams going to elect for some full court pressure here. Ty Gibbs easily beats it. He's going to take it coast to coast. Can he finish? And he can't. Good job creating the space to get to the rim, but unable to harness the touch to make sure he finished. Just a bit hard off the rim. Went for the steal there. And Jerry Taylor rejection on Danny Alford. Lions forcing it back again. Breadwood drives the lane and is fouled as he tried to lay it up. I think we mentioned before on the broadcast, Isaiah Breadwood, one of the smaller guys on the court. He elevates, stays in the air for a long time, draws the foul there. He's going to go to the line to shoot two. Breadwood is an 85, almost an 86% free throw shooter on the year. So Coach Latch and company definitely feel happy about seeing number one in gray at the line. Last week we called the Milligan-Bryan game here in Summers Gymnasium as we got to see the Breadwood brothers go at it. One of our coolest storylines of the year so far. And I know that we are a bit biased on the airwaves here on Lions Live, but I think Isaiah had the better contest of the two. And we talked to him this week about that, the sibling rivalry there. He knocks down that second free throw, 31-13. Lions with a big advantage here as the Rams try to get back into the contest. They're going to swing that into the top of the key. Danny Alford looks, spin move, good job creating space. Nice finish, Alford. The senior from Emporia, Virginia, trying to get the Rams back into it. They're still down 31-15. Torres back with the ball. Torres crossover, step back. Kicks to Jerry Taylor Jr. Just a bit too much pace on the pass. It's going to hit off his hands and go off the back padded wall for a turnover. Lions back into the press. Going to force a turnover after they broke it, looking for the inside. Ball thrown to Moten. Moten up top. Cole Torres, deep three, top of the key, just a bit long. Offensive rebound, Breadwood. Going to take a peek up to the shot clock. Spin move, good defense from Sanders. Breadwood still drives. Find Torres open in the corner. Oh, my goodness, everywhere but in. Thought that went almost halfway down before it decided to spin back out. Got to feel bad for Torres there, and Breadwood, who did the heavy lifting to find him. And then on the other end, the Bluefield Rams, DJ McDonald, he's going to get the shooter's roll. 31-18. As Gibbs is pressured across, as soon as he crosses half court, looking for Moten, finds him. Moten up, can't lay it in through the contact. And the Rams are going to have a tough finish on the other end, Lanier Young. So, been the first mini run as the Lions were up 31-13, 7-0 run to the Rams. Going to force a Coach Jason Latch timeout. 31-20, Lions lead. 5:36 remaining here in the first half. We'll be right back on Lions Live. Welcome back in to the first half of this AAC matchup between the Lions and the visiting Rams. Coming out of a timeout that saw the Rams on a 7-0 run. You're going to want a good offensive possession, and that ball's going to be dribbled out of bounds by Cole Torres. Don't know if he didn't get an initial handle on the pass or if he just didn't know where he was on the court. Needless turnover from the Lions. What's been a great start, they sputtered a bit in the last couple minutes. Rams trying to take advantage. Good poke by Gibbs. Gibbs has got runners on both sides. Going to kick up to Torres. Torres is going to drive, and that's going to be a block on number 3, Isaiah Sanders, as he tried to shift his feet. And we're trying to see if that was going to be a block on the shot. And it was. That's going to send Torres to the line to shoot 2 free throws. Cole Torres, 79% free throw shooter on the year. Only shot 14 free throws, which is a bit of a crazy stat if you ask me. He gets a lot of minutes. Does Cole Torres, but interesting to see that he's only shot 14 free throws. Well, that was his 15th, respectively. 32-20. Lions still leading in what's been a pretty solid half. Torres going to knock down the second. 13-point lead. Lions look to finish as the better team here in the last 5 minutes of this half. Gale Moore doing the pressure. Ball kicked wide. It's going to be a drive and a floater by Sanders. Sanders missed it. Ball poked wide out to the top of the key. Lanier Young grabs the board. Back to Sanders. Sanders to Alford. Alford looking inside. Ball's bouncing around. Pinball simulator. And somehow finds its way to Shaft Clark, who ball bounced around so much that once he got his handle on it, he actually had an easy lay-in. So Clark finishes for the Rams, 11-point lead of the Lions. Lions looking inside to Jerry Taylor Jr., out to Breadwood. Breadwood fakes the pass, but eventually goes to Regale Moore. Ball finds its way to Torres. Torres cross court. Breadwood again. Breadwood with somebody in his face. Knocks it down, and he is talking about it. Isaiah Breadwood has decided that he's about the violence today. Back-to-back threes for him, where a Bluefield Ram was absolutely all over him. But he's not worried about it. Rams try to answer with their own 3. And they're going to miss it, and we're going to see the ball. They're going to say last touch by Hayden Moten. He's not too happy about it, as that ball's going to stay in Bluefield's possession. That's going to take us to another timeout. 3:57 remaining here in the first half. 36-22, Lions lead. We'll be right back. Welcome back in. Rams with the basketball. Alford looks to drive. Little jump hook in the lane. Missed, but Shaft Clark on the offensive glass grabs the rebound and gets the putback. It's probably the one area that Coach Jason Latch and his coaching staff will be upset with this first half, as they've not done a good job on the defensive end on the glass, as we see a ball rim out again from Cole Torres. Got a good look. And the Rams are going to come back and lay one in. Danny Alford. It's a 10-point lead. Back to what I was saying, the Lions have given up some second chance points that they probably need to clean that up on the glass. Outside of that, it's been a good half as they turn the ball over back to the Rams. They're going to miss that jumper. Rebound to the Lions. Isaiah Breadwood drives through the pressure into the lane. Tough jumper, knocks it down. Great offensive half of basketball from Isaiah Breadwood. He has made tough shot after tough shot. And I do not have live stats available to me currently, so I am not going to have the totals for you here like we usually do on Lions Live. If for some reason those get up and running, I will keep you guys updated. But I don't anticipate that we will have the cumulative stats. I only have what they're going into the contest with. This JTJ is going to lose that to DJ McDonald. He's going to take it coast to coast for the lay-in. 10-point lead still for the Lions. 2:12 remaining in the first half. Jerry Taylor Jr. hesitation, looking for the Euro. Can he drive with the left? No, but Hayden Moten on the offensive glass. Easiest bucket of the day for him. 40-28 Lions. Cole Torres, good step on defense. Just a second late to that, or he would have been going coast to coast for the uncontested lay-in. Ball's going to be knocked out of play. Rams going to keep the basketball. We got some subs for both teams for Bluefield. Number 14, Zach Hall's coming into the game, as well as number 13, DeAndre Miles, and number 10, Pharaoh Williams. Pharaoh Williams, the lefty, pulls deep from three, in and out. Rebound to Torres. Derek Curtis checks back in along with Cal Drake for the Lions. Torres out to Drake. Curtis with the basketball, looking top of the key and finding Moten. Good motion. Lions keep working. Derek Curtis, can he knock it down the three? No, he can't. But that's going to be knocked off of and last touch by Pharaoh Fields. Lions going to keep the basketball. 1:22 remaining in the first half. Give them a new shot clock at 20 for this possession. Torres looking for anybody. He's going to go over the top of the defense and find Derek Curtis. Curtis with Hall doing the defending. Curtis inside to Torres. And Torres is going to finish think we're going to have a foul. Was it on the shot? I think it was actually after, but it's going to be a chance for the old-fashioned three-point play from Cole Torres, who kind of got up gingerly there, grabbing his side. I think he landed on his hip. Torres with a lanky build, probably doesn't have as much cushion there on the upper hip, which he landed on, but he's going to go up, try to knock down these free throws. He made his first two of the contest, getting him around 80% for the year. He's going to remain perfect from the free throw line. 1:10 remaining, 43-28, 15-point lead. We're going to see DeAndre Miles try to drive, ball poked out. Isaiah Breadwood wanted it off, knocked it off of Miles, but it was going to be last touch by the line, so Bluefield keeps possession. Ball finds its way around, and Zach Hall couldn't hold on to that pass. Ball bounces off our official. That's a turnover. 1 minute remaining here in the first half. Derek Curtis looks over to Coach Jason Latch for the instructions. I'm going to put the play in. Finds Breadwood. Breadwood top of the key. Good cut out to Cal Drake. Cal Drake thought about it. It's going to kick to Torres. Torres decides to pass. Good ball movement. Back to Curtis. Curtis back post. Up for the jam. Cal Drake. 3 or 4 open shots for the Lions. They all continued to pass the rock. And let's be honest, we wanted to see Cal Drake finish with a two-hand jam anyway. 29 seconds remaining to a great half of Lions basketball, 45-28. And a cherry on top for Coach Latch would be a good defensive possession here. There's a 5-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Sanders with the ball, 6 on the shot clock. Shimmies, Derek Curtis up to the challenge. That's a great defensive possession, and we're going to be whistled for a foul. Derek Curtis puts his head on the pad at the end of the floor. Cannot believe it. He did about as good of a job as you can do on that, and he's a little bit upset that he was whistled for the foul, and I don't blame him. 6.8 seconds remaining, and that's going to send number 3, Isaiah Sanders, the 5'11" sophomore guard from High Point Christian, Lexington, North Carolina, to knock down that first free throw. The momentum after the Drake dunk, Jim, was as loud as it's been all afternoon. We'll see if Sanders knocks this one down. That'll leave the line 6.8 seconds remaining here in this first half. Got somebody subbing. It's a bit of we got something going on where they're trying to figure out what's going on with subs. Now that we've got that figured out, we're going to see that free throw knocked down by Saunders. Is Ty Gibbs going to check in for Hayden Moten for the last 6 seconds? So get a little more offensive player on the court. Is Torres going to look? Finds Cal Drake. Cal Drake brings it down. Kicks out to Breadwood. Breadwood out to Gibbs. Gibbs just checked into the ball game, and, man, you couldn't have drew it up any better. 45-30. What a first half for the Lions. We'll be right back after this break on Lions Live. welcome back into the broadcast for the final half of Lions basketball. Between the Rams and the Lions, 45-30 lead for the Lions as the Rams going to take a deep three to start the half. They're going to grab an offensive board, which is the one thing they had some success with in the first half, and they're going to continue that success as a couple extra chances at a bucket here. Out to Shaft Clark. Clark kicks across to Young. Young to Sanders. Back to Clark. Clark, good double team by the Lions. He somehow splits it, tries to drive. And Ty Gibbs with some good defense as he's whistled for a foul on what looked like clean defense. Clark's going to go to the line to shoot two. Misses the first. And he's going to miss both. The Bluefield Rams have not shot well from the free throw line in this contest. We mentioned that they had a bit of a tough percentage on the year. Have not got it going today from the charity stripe. Good drive. Torres somehow gets a shot up. Draws a foul. I can't believe, to be honest with you, I'm not sure how he even got the ball out of his hands to get the shot. He looked like he was sandwiched between two red jerseys. He's going to go to the line to try his hand at some free throws. Unlike the Rams, he has been very good from the free throw line today, and he's going to continue to be perfect. Like I mentioned in the first half, we do not have live stats this afternoon. I believe that is Torres' fifth free throw. He has made all five. 47-30. Good ball movement from the Rams. Sanders works to Tonsel. Tonsel inside, back out to Tonsel. Long two-point jumper. No good. Ty Gibbs rebounds with Alford stretching over the back. Gibbs looking for the run of Torres. Torres find Moten. Moten, can he drive and finish? No, he can't, but he gets his own rebound up and in. Hayden Moten. Good effort on the offensive glass to follow that missed lay-in to finish 49-30. Lions with a good start to the second half, carrying this momentum throughout Summers Gymnasium that they had in the first. Rams cross-court pass, deep three, knocked down. Good shot, number 5, Lanier Young. The Lions would go on runs like this in the first half, and the Rams would just do enough to stay in the contest. Ball kicked back out to Gibbs. Gibbs looked for Breadwood inside of Jerry Taylor Jr. working on Shaft Clark. Finds what a pass, Jerry Taylor Jr. inside to Moten. 4 consecutive points, Hayden Moten. 51-33. Rams coming back down. Can they make it happen? They do. Shaft Clark finishes inside. The 6'7" senior from Virginia Beach. He has done a good job around the rack today. Ball kick. Can Moten keep it hot from outside? No, he misses that one. Bit of a heat check for Hayden there as he has done a good job. That ball's going to be dribbled off somebody's foot. Ty Gibbs is going to come lay it in. The bench was wanting a little more out of Ty Gibbs there, I think, as he just finishes with the right-handed layup. 35-53. Lions are winning here. Trying to put together back-to-back home Saturdays of good basketball. Last week against Milligan and this week against Bluefield. Going to be a foul underneath. They're going to call that one on Jerry Taylor Jr. Going to be an inbound for the Bluefield Rams under the basket. Second foul of the half for the Lions. 16:54 remaining here in the contest. Ball kicked inside, looking for Alford. They find him. He's going to finish there with the right hand. Breadwood, good job to shake the defender. Finds Jerry Taylor Jr. out to Gibbs. Gibbs thought about the three. Works through some contact out to Moten. To Torres, lines will reset. 11 on the shot clock. What a cut by Breadwood. Good job poking the ball out, but Breadwood says, here it is. Gets it right back, Isaiah Breadwood, and kicks to Jerry Taylor Jr. for the finish. Isaiah Breadwood with probably the best offensive half he's had in the first, and he's going to continue it with his good play in the second. Good running finish by the Rams, 39-55. Lions still lead by 16. Just inside of 16 minutes in the second half, as that's got to be a foul. No hard contact. Ball bounces around. Jerry Taylor Jr. ends up with it. Tried a runner in the lane, was unable to finish it. It's going to give Bluefield possession and running back the other way. Finish at the rim, 22, Danny Alford. So the one thing the Rams have done, good on the offensive glass and good in the paint. They have struggled heavily to get going from the floor, but they have had some success inside. Ball kicked to Breadwood, poked out by the defense, but Breadwood somehow grabs it, looking for Torres in the corner. And that ball is going to be poked out by a defender with 10 on the shot clock. Regale Moore is going to check in the ball game as Hayden Moten is going to come out. Cole Torres is also going to come out. Derek Curtis going to check in. Cal Drake checks in as well. So 3 new lines on the court. Joining Jerry Taylor Jr. and Gibbs. Gibbs with that offensive rebound. Finds its way to Jerry Taylor Jr., who finishes as he throws his hands up in the air like the rest of anybody in this gym, trying to figure out how he wasn't fouled there. 57-41, letting them go back and forth on the post. It's a bit ridiculous to not have a whistle on that one. Rams try to answer. Tonsel cross court, back to Sanders. Sanders tries to drive, knocks down the tough jumper in the lane. Curtis to Gibbs. Gibbs looking for Ray Moore, couldn't find him. He's going to go inside anyway to Jerry Taylor Jr. Jr. kicks out. Pump fake by Drake. Drake looking for help. Going to go cross court, finds Ray Moore. Moore with a crossover. Ball's poked out off his foot and picked up by Sanders. Sanders driving and finding number 22 Alford for the finish at the rack. Rams back within 12. 14 minutes remaining in the second half. And we continue to mention that they just won't go away. Every run the Lions have, they somehow figure out a way to kind of stay in the game. They're just hanging on by a thread. Jerry Taylor Jr. finally gets a foul call, as I think he was maybe trying to set a record for how many fouls you can take without it being whistled. But he is going to finally get the whistle. 57-45 here in the second half. 13:48 remaining. We'll be right back after this media timeout on Lions Live. welcome back in as Jerry Taylor Jr. will shoot free throws for the Lions. Going to keep the hot hand going. Knocks down the first. He's perfect from the line as well, joining Cole Torres for the Lions. I'm trying to remember when the Lions have missed a free throw in this game, and then I just jinxed us as that one rims out. 58-45. Lions have led since maybe 8-6 for the Rams. It's been a extensive lead for the Lions pretty consistently throughout the ball game. This was similar to the game script against Milligan, where the Lions held a pretty comfortable lead throughout. All of a sudden, it got a little tight midway through the second half, and they were able to finish rather comfortably, but it stayed more around 10 points instead of the 15-20 that it had been for the majority of the game. This game feels a bit the same. Ball kicked to Torres to Drake in the corner, tried to finish. The lanky Drake got up in the air. They couldn't finish, and they're going to go Bluefield back on the other end, drawing a foul. It's going to send someone to the line for the Rams. Looks like it's going to be number 3, Isaiah Sanders. Been doing the point guard duty for the Rams today. Got to go to the line. Knocks down his first. Sanders is a 70% free throw shooter on the year, which means he is above average on the team. Knocks down both of those. 11-point lead to the Lions with 13:02 left in the second half. Rams are going to bring some full court pressure. Derek Curtis doing the honors with Ray Moore. I'm going to get the ball across, find Moten in the corner. Moten back to Moore. Over to Torres. Torres with a drive. Ball's poked off of his foot. And Hayden Moten grabbed it, tried to go up, thought we might get a jump ball. We don't get anything. And that's a good finish from DJ McDonald. Inside of 10 points for the first time in a long time are the Bluefield Rams. And it looks like the foreshadowing I talked about last week's game at Milligan's coming true a bit, as they're making a bit of a push, and the Lions are going to have to stop the bleeding. I spoke with Coach Latch this week, and he said when you get too comfortable, he had to remind his team, hey, the other team is still trying to score the basketball, and they're trying to fight their way back into the game. And right now, the visiting Rams have done a good job. Ball kicked back into the inbounder. Torres knocks it down. Big three, Cole Torres, just what the Lions needed. Back to an 11-point lead. Sanders to Suber. Suber, deep three. Rebound Torres. Cal Drake, good job on the closeout to get a hand up in the face of the shooter. Almost a travel. Cole Torres was thinking he had somebody coming to get the basketball from him, and he didn't. Breadwood out to Drake. Drake in the corner, back out to Torres. 14 on the shot clock for the Lions. Torres, a lefty, good in. He somehow fit that pass between two Ram defenders, but it was just behind Breadwood, who was cutting, and he was unable to get the handle on it. Ball out of bounds. The Lions turn the ball over. Suber with the basketball. Over to Sanders. DJ McDonald inside wants it. He's going to get it. It's got a little bit of a hook there. I can't believe we didn't get an offensive whistle. Back out to Sanders. Sanders for three. Can't get it. We're going to have a foul whistled on the floor, and nobody in gray can believe it. They're going to call a foul on Moten as he battled for the rebound. And I'll tell you, interesting time to blow the whistle. I feel like we haven't blown the whistle enough in this ball game, and now we're going to get whistle happy as we get a phantom whistle on the rebound that kept possession for the Rams, and then we're going to get a foul and an and one on the inside from DJ McDonald. So we're a bit clueless up here on what the heck is going on. That's going to prompt Coach Jason Latch to put Jerry Taylor Jr. back in the ball game. 61-52, back into single digits as the Rams try to get back within punching distance of the lines. Breadwood to Torres. Torres across to Jerry Taylor Jr. Good ball movement from the lines. Breadwood back to Moten. Moten, can he finish in the rim? Yes, he can. As Breadwood has continued to push the envelope for the Lions today. Great on the offensive end, and he forced an errant pass as Moten tried to grab it, was unable to get complete control. That's going to see the Rams keep the basketball, but a good answer nonetheless. Back to an 11-point lead for the Lions. Out to the top of the key, Suber for three, knocks it down. 8-point lead. 10:37 remaining, and we've got a bit of a contest now. Lions beat the press up to Jerry Taylor Jr. Jr. kicks to Rigel Moore. Rigel Moore to Torres. Torres in front of his bench, the lefty. Knocks it down, Cole Torres. And he is starting to find his range from three. 66-55. There's a three-ball missed, but an offensive board and finish by number 12, Kashawn Tonsel, to cut it back to single digits. Lions break the press again, but there's a trap. Jerry Taylor Jr. is going to try to shield, does a good job to shield that from being a jump ball. He's going to draw the foul. That's going to send us into a timeout. 9:54 remaining here in the contest. 66-57, the Lions lead. We'll be right back on Lions Live. Welcome back in. Lions basketball. Cole Torres, jump shot. Tries to draw the foul, doesn't get it. We're going to get a drive and a tough finish. Number 12, Keyshawn Tonsel. And one. And I don't know who the foul was whistled on. It's on Breadwood. What a tough finish by Tonsel. He's going to go to the line to try to make this a two-possession contest if he knocks down this free throw. He does, 66-60. And all of a sudden, we've got an interesting one here in Summers Gymnasium. Good work. Kick to Moten. Moten finish. Lions bench wanted a foul. Didn't get it. Going to be a deep three ball. Can he knock it down? No. Suber misses. Rebound kick. What a cross-court pass. And Ty Gibbs finishes. That was the Hail Mary. And back to a 10-point game. Looking for the lob. Ball's worked in, and we're going to see a foul. And the booth and the fans around our broadcast area are upset with that call, as it looked like a trip. 70-60 Lions lead, 8:52 remaining. That's going to send Tonsil to the line to shoot 2 free throws. And he's going to miss the first one. As shouts of "ball don't lie" across the gym. Seems like all the whistles have gone one way in the last 3 minutes, and some Lions fans are not happy about it. Tonsil knocks down the second. 9-point ball game. They're picking up this press right across. It's not quite full court, but it's close. So the Lions are able to get the ball across pretty easy. But they're not really initiating that press, are the Rams, that deep down the floor. Going to be a foul on the floor. Didn't get the number of who that was on. Ty Gibbs with the inbound. Back to Torres. Torres to Breadwood. Good pressure from Suber. Breadwood's trying to drive, and he's going to have that shot blocked, but it's going to be last touched by Tonsil. 7 on the shot clock. Lions will keep possession underneath the basket. Ball lobbed into Jerry Taylor Jr. Back in the corner to Torres. Torres, 4 on the clock. Deep 3 in the corner, and it's not going to hit any rim, so would have been a shot clock violation, but the Rams have got it, and coast to coast goes Tonsil. Good finish. 7-point ball game. Tonsil's come alive in the last 2 or 3 minutes here. That was just a errant pass, and that's going to be finished at the rim by Suber. 70-65, tightest ball game it's been since early in the first half. Torres, good pressure by the Rams. Good spin move, and he gets it across. That was getting close. And a great dish by Ty Gibbs. Hayden Moten with a good finish. And we're going to get a timeout by Coach Jason Latch. 70-62, 7:40 remaining in this contest. We'll be right back on Lions Live. Welcome back into the broadcast on Lions Live. The most incompetent creatures on the mic here as the Lions lead 72-65, 7:40 remaining. The Lions try to hold on to clinch this AAC contest between the visiting Bluefield Rams as they've come to town, made the long trip from Bluefield, Virginia, West Virginia line. Ball back out at another rebound, and that ball's bouncing around. It's going to stay Bluefield basketball. It was another offensive rebound. 18 on the shot clock, 7:17 remaining. Ball inbounded to Shaft Clark. Clark looking inside again for Sanders. Ball's thrown around, stays Bluefield basketball. Last touch, Hayden Moten there as he was providing the tight defense for the Lions. 11 on the shot clock. Sanders with the inbound. Had a cut right in front of the basket. He's going to choose to go over the top of the Lions defense. Ball's kicked wide and back out. 5 on the clock. Deep three, no good. Cole Torres. And somehow Shaft Clark got the shot up after Torres rejected it. Unable to knock it down. Good defensive possession for the Lions. Ty Gibbs going to work inside on Sanders. Back out to Torres. Torres with a mismatch. He's going to try to drive. He goes up with the left hand, and he's going to draw a foul. He was unable to knock down the shot as he went down hard again. We talked about Torres. Got that lanky build. Hit hard on the lower part of his back, but he's going to walk that one off going to the free throw line. 6:41 remaining. He's been perfect from the charity stripe today. 72-65 to the Lions as Torres, the lefty, is going to put that one up. Nothing but net. Couple new Rams checking into the contest. Number 22, Danny Alford, and number 5, Lanier Young. Both started the ball game for Coach Joseph Cooper. Worth mentioning, assistant coach Ethan Rainwater, former Bryan Line and basketball program here. He's an alum. Shout out to Ethan Rainwater. Good to see him back in Summers Gymnasium this afternoon. Torres knocks down the second of his free throws. 9-point lead restored for the Lions. Good cross backcourt kick and tough finish. Kashawn Tonsel. He's had a couple really good finishes at the rim. A lot of airtime from number 12, and he finishes well to get this back to a 7-point lead for the Lions. Jerry Taylor Jr. with the basketball. Going to try to back down a couple Rams. Keeps going with the left, finds Gibbs. Pass was a bit high for him to get the shot off, but he's going to kick it back to Jerry Taylor Jr. He's going to draw some contact, no whistle. Good defense by the Rams. 74-67, 5:50 remaining. Ball kicked to the corner. Lanier Young looks for another Ram. Going to find one then Sanders. Sanders back inside. Alford working on Jerry Taylor Jr. Gives it back to Tonsel. Tonsel's going to drive again. Can he get to the rack? He can, and he finishes again. Kashawn Tonsel. What a job by number 12 in red as he continues to be the offensive threat here in the second half for the Rams. And all of a sudden, we're back to a 5-point lead. Tightest one since early in the contest. Lions need a good offensive possession. Can it beat Torres? No, not going to find that one from the range. Rebound Rams, back to Sanders. Sanders pushes the tempo in the lane, unable to find it. Good defense, Gibbs. He's going to grab the rebound, kicks to Breadwood. Breadwood coast to coast. Can he finish with the left hand? No, he can't. Ball's bouncing around. Tonsel's going to grab it. Back and forth we go. Tempo's picked up here in the last minute and a half to 2 minutes. 4:45 remaining in a 5-point contest. Deep three missed. Gibbs rebound. I think it's a good job by Breadwood to decide to slow it down just a bit as the clock inside of 5 minutes can start to become your friend. Inside to Gibbs. Gibbs out to Breadwood. 13 on the shot clock. And we're getting some kind of whistle on it. It's going to be a foul off the ball whistled on 23 for Bluefield. That's DJ McDonald as him and Jerry Taylor Jr. battled for position. That's going to send us into a timeout. 4:20 remaining on the clock. 74-69. Lions lead. We'll be right back. Welcome back into the broadcast. Lions basketball, 4:18 remaining as they nurse a 5-point lead that really remained through the better part of this basketball game, around 15 points, but the Rams have done a good job in the second half. Deep contested three, Moten unable to knock it down. Rebound to the Rams and Lanier Young. Rams looking for a bucket here to get this inside to a one-possession contest. And we're going to get an offensive foul on number 12, Kashawn Tonsel, as he was trying to fight through a screen. He was whistled for the foul as Hayden Moten was trying to provide the defense there. There had to be a push or a hook or something underneath. As Tonsel's going to drive through, try to time up the steal on Ray Moore, but he fights through the body of Moore, and it's going to be whistled for the foul, and Ray Moore is going to go to the line to shoot free throws. Moore on the year, only 7 of 13 from the free throw line. Make that 8 of 14. As with any basketball team, when you have the lead late in the ball game, you can help yourself a lot from the free throw line. And Ray Moore is going to do that with knocking down both for Coach Jason Latch. 3:40 remaining here in the second half. 76-69, 7-point lead to the Lions. Rams try to answer. Sanders, tough jumper, knocks it down. That's going to force a timeout from Coach Joseph Cooper. 76-71, 3:30 remaining in this contest. We'll be right back with you after this timeout. Welcome back in for the last 3:30 of this contest. Lions trying to hold off the Rams of Bluefield. Regale Moore pressured by the defender of Bluefield. Ball's on the floor, bouncing around. Who's going to get it? Breadwood first to it. Kicks open to Gibbs. Ty Gibbs from three. Bang! What a shot, Ty Gibbs. 79-71. And good job by Breadwood to pounce on the ball as he kicks it open to a Gibbs. And Gibbs knocked it down from three. Big-time shot, and now Hayden Moten does it on the other end. Moten with the steal. Going to get it to Moore, who finds Breadwood. 2:40 remaining. A bucket right here would be huge. That ball is going to be thrown in to Jerry Taylor Jr. Tough defense. That's number 23, DJ McDonald, giving his all to try to go out for the steal. Knock the ball out of bounds. 14 on the shot clock. As the Rams are ramping up the pressure here, they need some turnovers, and they need some good defensive possessions if they're going to get back into this contest. Ball out to Moore. Moten. And he's going to unreel at everything but in the basket. The Rams looking for a basket. They kick it out to a wide-open Young. That was unreal job there by Sanders, who spun and found the open teammate. 79-74, and that's going to force a timeout. 2:06 remaining, and we'll be right back on Lions Live. Welcome back to Lions Live. 2:06 remaining, 5-point contest. The Rams just won't die here. They're staying in within a punching distance of the lines. 18 on the shot clock. Torres looks to drive. Ty Gibbs in front of his bench. Bang! Ty Gibbs knocks down a three. Just what the Lions needed there. Back to an 8-point lead. Ty Gibbs with a couple big trays down the stretch for the Lions. Lions trying to stay in position to win the ball game. Tonsel tries to drive again. He somehow, and he does, I'm telling you, he does a great job of getting to the basket, finishing through contact. 6-point lead again, 1:28 remaining. Torres gets the ball across. Looks to Jerry Taylor Jr. Jr. going to try to work by himself inside, and he's going to draw a foul. Great job, Jerry Taylor Jr. The spin move drew a double team, and the help defender for the Rams fouls Jerry Taylor, and it's going to send him back to the free throw line, and he's been on a heater the past week from the charity stripe as he's going to try to remain perfect. He's going to miss his first. 82-76. As that's his second missed free throw of the contest. We got a spotter in here helping us out. That's Jessica Day. Jerry Taylor Jr. knocks down the second. 83-76. 1:15 remaining. JTJ is going to check out. Cal Drake's going to come in a bit more athletic, better mover is Drake. As he's going to come in to try to defend probably in the center of this zone. Tonsel deep two, unable to bring it down. Gibbs with the rebound, kicks to Torres. Torres getting pressured by the Rams. He's going to have to find an open teammate. He does. It's Gibbs. Gibbs going to get the ball across and slow up. Looks to draw a foul from number 23, DJ McDonald, and he's going to. Good job by Torres and Gibbs to work the ball across half court. They were getting pressured pretty heavily by the Rams as 50, just inside of 50 seconds remaining, 83-76. The Rams are going to have to try to push the tempo on both ends of the floor. You're going to have to start looking for three balls as Gibbs knocks down the first free throw. The clock, the biggest enemy of the Rams at this point in the game. Gibbs knocks down both free throws, 85-76, 9-point game. Rams need a bucket, and it's almost mandatory at this point. They're going to go inside to work on Drake, and Drake rejects it, and that's why we said he checked into the ball game. Cal Drake reject. That's going to be Hayden Moten's going to grab that one, and we've got a little bit of jawing back and forth, and I think Hayden Moten and number 23, DJ McDonald, kind of had some words for each other. I believe Moten was actually pretty quiet on his end. McDonald had something to say after the tie-up, and then I believe for the Lions it was more of Cole Torres talking for Moten. But that's going to send us into a timeout. 35.9 remaining here in the ballgame. 85-76, Lions lead. We'll be right back. Welcome back in the last 35 seconds. Riley Holloman checking into the contest for the Lions, probably in to shoot some free throws potentially as he's going to get the basketball. Good pass to Gibbs. Torres going to find Breadwood. Good press break from the Lions. Pressure still ramped up by the Rams as Gibbs is going to run into a double team, but he does a good job to find Torres. Torres back to Gibbs, 11 on the shot clock. Gibbs is now going to be fouled with 9 on the shot clock and 14.3 left in the contest. You think if you were going to foul there at the Rams, you would have fouled early in the possession, but they decide to wait, and that'll pretty much do it, as the last 14.3 seconds of this game are just a formality. Lions are going to come away with a win. 85-76, Gibbs to the free throw line. He's going to knock down the first one. 10-point lead restored, and Riley Holloman's going to check back out of the contest. Looks like Hayden Moten's coming in. Gibbs knocks down the next one. Ray Moore also looking to check in for Cole Torres. That's probably a good move by Coach Jason Latches. Cole Torres can be fiery at times, and with the little run-in under the basket under the last Rams possession, no need for him to be out there to finish this game up. Breadwood doing the defending. That's going to be a deep three missed by the Rams. Rebound's going to go to Gibbs, and he's going to dribble out the last few seconds of the contest. That's going to be a win for the Lions, 87-76. Pretty complete game for Coach Jason Latch and the Lions as they win this Appalachian Athletic Contest over the visiting Bluefield Rams. It's a doubleheader sweep for the hometown Lions today. And we thank you so much for spending your Saturday with us. 87-76, Lions win. For myself and the administration, Coach Clint McCauley, Jessica Day, and Jeremy Deal, it's been Jordan Day signing off on Lions Live. We'll see you next time.